Good evening. How you doing? Give me a second. I forgot to get a drink before starting. Okay. Hello. Hello. Hey, Doom Recorder, out of house. So I think I'm getting close. There's still a few things I want to address, but we're almost there. It's very usable now, but there's something I want to test and something else I need to implement. But before that, I got some sake in the mail the other day. This one looks like it's a oil can from the 40s. We're gonna try this. I don't think this is what's it? Ginjo. What's the cloudy stuff? What's the name for that again? For sake? I forget. Ginjo sake. But yes, the baller pig. Yeah. Yeah, we're fine, I think. Probably fine. I'll shake up a little bit anyway, just shits and giggles. Probably fine. But yeah, so one of the things I need to test, or the main thing I want to test, because I implemented the other day, but I didn't. But this code base doesn't. This ROM doesn't use it. Have a cold? Yeah. All right. Hope you feel better. I'm doing okay. This past week was rough. Half of what I'm drinking. I already polished off. When did I pick up the box? I think Monday. Yeah, Monday is when I picked up the box of sake. It had 3 bottles in it. All right. I've already polished off a bottle. By Tuesday. So I'm doing. There was a deadline to get some stuff moved live at work. A very hard deadline of Monday. So I got everything moved. Half of it didn't work right. And not entirely my fault either. Other things broke, because of course they did. Smells alright. Okay. This fucking can, though, I can't get enough of this. I fucking love the can. Oh, man. I love it. Oh. It's all right. It's drinkable. But yeah, so the one thing that I implemented the other day that I want to test, I'm gonna have to go over to the Soseki Fami code base, because it's the parameter size for JSRs, right? So if you have a routine that takes inline parameters, you can actually specify those now. Only the study box stuff doesn't do any of that. So I've got to remember where I put the Soseki Fami stuff. Soseki, I think it's over here. Oh, that's gonna be a bitch. I also need a proper name for my disassembler. The executable right now is just called DASM, just to keep it, short and simple. But that's not exactly a unique name. So I'm gonna have to figure that out eventually. Go DASM like this. We'll just do that for now. Let's ROMs. All that stuff. Yeah, I'll just simulate that directory. Johnny 5? Is that a reference to something that's going over my head? Can you imagine how nasty it would be if the ROM had? Oh my god, that would be so terrible. I think there's like one spot that has like 3 bytes after a jump. Not a JSR. It's used somewhere, but Short Circuit the movie. See, I knew it was from something. IMDb Short Circuit. Let's see how old this movie is. Nitrix, how you doing? You're not first, but welcome regardless. 86. Okay, not bad. 86. Wally for Gen X. Okay. All right. How true is that, Bridgewater? Is it Wally for Gen X? how accurate is that? Welcome, by the way. Sorcerer? Am I saying that right? Did I get that right? Sorcerer? All right, we're gonna CD over to here, and then symbolic. Never seen Wally. Okay, fair. ROMs to here, ROMs. There we go. Sorcerer, both code. Yeah, I was right. All right, nice. I like that. Nice. Okay, so what was... Which ones used it, I think? Most of them used it, probably? ROM QD... No, which one was the one where it backs shit up? Is that this one here? ROM QD or... Yeah, because these are the slowdowns. Those are the slowdowns. I forget what the BB RAM is. Oh, that's the backing up of save RAM to disk. So yeah, it's gonna be this guy here. So ROM QD, this guy. All right. No, disassemble. Oh, one more famous lines was Johnny Five saying that. I see. But then he also turns into a car. Turns the car into a pile of parts. I misread that, and I thought of that one scene, animated scene. Initially I thought like Scooby-Doo, but it isn't a Scooby-Doo scene, I don't think. Because this guy just turns into a fucking, like, car, like a Cadillac or something. Like, morphs into it. that's what I pictured at first, and then I realized I read that wrong. Okay. So, no, actually, it's just it's SF ROM QD dot configure like that. I'm gonna split that. I'm gonna go over to up, and then the pre-copy and the post copies. Ooh, is it? Oh shit, that's still up. Oh. Oh, yeah. We didn't watch that though, did we? I don't know if we watched that one. I need to fix that site, but whatever. All right, pre-copy and post-copy. You know, I wonder if I can have these both in the exact same config. Input. Eh? God damn it. Let me do this actually. exit, X out of that, Q, exit, detach, code nes, soul, seki, fami, CD over to DASM stuff, and then CD over to ROMs. Well, first let's CD over to ROMs. Then tmux. From there, no, that's the wrong folder to start that with. CD over to this one. That's where I want that to be. Okay. Why didn't it? It did. I'm just. Yep. Because I was. All right. Yep. Pre-copy like that, and then I want to do. No. One of these. LS. What the hell's in here? Right. Yeah. It's in there with no votes. Yeah. You're a gooey wizard, Harry. Link symbolic up bins to bins. Bins. SF. ROM QD file 1.bin. Okay. And I do need to, I'm gonna count that out for now, include disksys.fg, because that's gonna be all of the disk system shenanigans. That's where it's actually gonna be defined in there. Bank. This name is going to be pre-copy, because I could probably do bank name post copy. Both the offsets at 0, because I don't think I check for overlap there, because I don't think I care. Output. ROM, SF, ROM, QD, post copy dot ASM, and then we'll do this one here, pre-copy. Oh, which one is this? This one's pre-copy. So you like those, paste labels. Nope, wrong one. That, nope, still wrong. There's the correct one. That. Okay. Copy mem copy. Oh, and this is gonna throw some interesting wrenches into the disassembler, because this is some self-modifying code. Ooh. Okay. And I haven't implemented the address offset things yet with this. Ooh, okay. df00 name pre-copy mem copy. All right, and I don't remember the ranges, the addresses for this stuff. We'll get there. Pre-copy, ROM QD, file 1, post-copy. This one's got a bit more stuff in it. VRAM structs. Okay. We're gonna be going these. These are gonna be over here. Ranges. Paste like that. No, thank you. I forget if I can use adder for these. We'll see. Type words. Well, that's one thing I did forget is the semicolons. All right. Pre-copy loop. We're just gonna grab this stuff for now and put that into a labels like that. Wally Zoomer's wild robot is Gen Alpha. Go to that, and that, and that, and that. The other arguments are written before calling this routine sometimes. Cool. Okay. That should be good enough boilerplate for now. Make file on one of these. Path. We're gonna modify that. We're gonna give it the path. Actually, it's that, I think, right? Like that, and we're gonna add code. Where the hell did I put it? Where the fucking code is? Where am I? Code disassembler. Okay. Bin. There we go. What kind of stuff modifying code should be too hard for this assembler to do? Probably already works. The other kinds could be much harder. Luckily, I think this first kind is the ROM. Yeah, so it's not. Yeah, it changes the arguments, not the opcodes. So the way that DA65 handles that is it puts a label before it, but the assignment for the label is asterisk +2 or whatever, right? Asterisk +1 or 2, depending on which argument it's going after. I have no I don't really implement that yet. The label's still created, but the label will not be displayed because I'm not accounting for a label in the middle of an instruction yet. All right, I'm not looking for a label there. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So I want that guy, and can I? How do I do the? What is it, like ampersand? That is that for? It's because so I want this command, this recipe to signify that it generates both of them, both those files, but it only needs to be run once to generate both those files, right? Instead of to generate either one of these files, run this, right? Yeah, displaying it isn't done yet. I also have to do now that I think about it, I've got to do the relative labels. Those are only half implemented. The relative anonymous, those are only half implemented right now, because I didn't want to fucking bother trying. Gonna make multiple targets. Okay. Input diagrams are useful in two cases. You want just prerequisites, no recipe. Yeah. No, not like that. Similar recipes work for all the targets. The automatic variable that can be used as substitute the particular target to be remade into the commands. Right. This is equivalent to two separate ones with the same bullshit. I do not want that. Grouped targets. If instead of independent targets you have a recipe that generates multiple files from a single invocation, you can express a relationship by declaring your rule to use grouped targets. A group target rule uses the separator ampersand colon. The ampersand here is to imply all. Okay, good. SF underscore rom qd got kufugu. Dasm SF underscore rom qd dot kufugu. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I thought it was. I just wanted to make sure. And for all, we're just gonna just explicitly, I know I don't have to for this because it's the first one, but I'm just gonna explicitly say, hey, we want these. So I should just be able to make invalid item for, okay, so I need to actually use address. I might want to actually add in adder as an alias to that. Oh, it's for these guys. Whoop. Address. Size goes beyond. Really? No. 0 plus 0 equals 0. That's not past FF. What? Use a finesse debug and map files coming from the LD65. Okay. I only track the .NET files usually in mine, and the debug and maps are just side effects. I don't really specifically say I want, but yeah. So that's a bug that I wasn't expecting. Size goes beyond. So, oh, I don't have a size for these. Hang on. Shit. LSL bins. SF ROM QD file 1 bin. 4096. That's 4K. What is that? Hex 2000? Maybe? Damn, I was off. I was twice as large. All right. Size 1000. Which I shouldn't need that. I shouldn't have needed that, but okay. Errors encountered. Address out of range. Too high. I don't have a start address for any of these. Post copy start address is 5000. I think it's just start, right? 5000. What's the other one? No, that's the RAM. I want this one. D1000. For no, I got it backwards. There. I think it's just start, like I said. And this one goes down there. Make. Invalid arms stuff. Address. It's address. It's address. It made something. What'd it make? What did it make? Cue out that. Yes, there. Free copy. Right, that's gonna be jank as hell. I need to label that as. I didn't turn comments on or do the. It should have defaulted to an indent, but it didn't because why would it have? Okay. ASM with let's say 45. I think it was yeah, and then 4. Yeah. Oh, that's right. Oh, comments. Comments full. Okay, there's that. DFF0. Why is that labeled? What the fuck? DF00. What's going on here? Why am I not... What? Am I assuming each bank starts with code, not data? Yeah. Yeah, the default is code. So I do need to start D000 end DEFF type bytes. Okay. So I did that correctly. Don't know about ChatGPT, but you cricket and guac. What? Trying to get useful for looking stuff up. What are? Huh? Right. That's not really a problem. Yeah, it's not a problem. Yeah. More concerning to me is why these labels aren't doing anything. So this right here, that should be this label here. Well, huh? And it's not capitalization because that's not. Oh, wait a minute. Is that because? I think I know why. I know why. I don't assign windows. That's one thing I also wanted to look at. So if I don't define any windows, I don't want to invoke Windows stuff, right? Yes. And I was thinking about this earlier today. So the way I want to handle that. So I have a label manager, right? I want to make a basic label manager. Basic manager, go. Yoink. Paste. Type. Basic manager. Construct. Banks. Oh, keys or names. Yeah. Okay, banks. Map. String. Types. Dot bank. So I don't give a shit about any of this stuff. I do care about that, though. I'm gonna need that. Kind of. This isn't gonna take any of these. Basic manager. Basic manager. Could I auto-generate windows based on the bank addresses? If so, it could be easier than having a separate manager for that case. Kinda, sorta. I think I wanna try just having a basic manager that doesn't do any of the window bullshit and just has the current bank's labels and the global labels, right? And this init's gonna have to do a thing. Basic. Set window. I do need that, but it's going to return, or it's going to do bugger all. I do need to get label. I need a set label. I get range. Well, those are the ones I actually need there. Set window. Win name and bank name. String. Now. Oops. Okay. So init, I don't think it's gonna. What does init do over here actually? Can code in a bank then only generate labels for itself, or can it also use labels from other banks? For the basic, it wouldn't be able to use labels in any other banks. Which for what's it? Oh, I would need. I'd need labels in the BIOS, but well, I'm not disassembling the BIOS with this. So maybe I would want to just set up Windows anyway. Disassemble the BIOS for shits and giggles. The BIOS. That's a separate input file. I can't with one config because each config is one input file. I could set it up as a RAM bank and figure out implementing that because I haven't done that yet, I don't think. Let's try that actually. So we're gonna ignore that. Yeah, okay, so Windows what the fuck is the syntax for this? Address, no, that's the bank stuff. I want the global one. Name, start, size, type, init. Name. BIOS. Size. Is it E1000? Right? There was a zero missing. Minus E1000. X2000. All right. 2000. No, start. Start, not address. Start at E1000. Init BIOS. FTS BIOS. Yeah. Okay. Name. High RAM. Size. 1000, right? So it's D1000 to just D1000 actually, yeah. Start at D1000. We'll init pre-copy. Name low RAM. Size. Another 1,000, right? Because it goes from post copy. Yeah, they're both 1,000. All right, so I'll just do 1,000 for both of them because it's fine. Start 5,000, init post copy. Like so. This guy. Okay. RAM bank. So we're gonna have to figure out how to implement this. Name FDS BIOS size. Okay, I'm good. Size 2,000? No, it was 1,000 again. Start. No. Address. E1000. We're not going to have an output for this guy. Or offset. Because neither of those matter. Labels. I need to find where the labels are. Has 2,000. Okay, I was wrong. Oh, right, because it's E and F. Right. Mayfall. Jesus Christ. Labels config. That's what it is. This guy. Okay. So I do actually want a bunch of this stuff in. Yoink. Labels over here like this. And I want to get rid of those. Address. Okay. And then this is the FDS stuff for yeah. Yes. Oh. Address. Probably want to keep these around, don't I? Yeah. Well, you know, let's get rid of that for now. So I can do this kind of thing. Address. Like that. And we're going to get rid of those. Okay. FDS RAM. FDS DAC. FDS register mirrors. Not that I really need these, but and they're in the names, but whatever. Registers. Data, we're going to ignore a bunch of that because we're not disassembling anything. Routines, this is what we need. This. Include files to add global labels, not just complete banks. Now I see that, yeah. Yeah. Paste that. Oops. Like, paste. Low level IO. Disk transfer, general purpose, yeah. Label. Hardware vectors range. I need to get rid of that range in there. Oh, those are, okay, yep. Yoink. Paste like that. You know, maybe I should have done this separately. Oh well. This guy. Address. Yes, these are the ones with parameters that I want to watch out for. I know I need to get rid of the shit on the end. Address. Need that. Too many. I had a number and then the indent. And then paste. One table is an pointer table of arbitrary size, which can't be represented here. Sure. Nope, like that. And then, actually, I can just do, for all of it, actually. Okay. I don't think this will work right now, because I don't think I implement any RAM bank stuff. FTS, but I didn't name it. Yes, I did. Okay. I didn't implement the RAM bank stuff. Okay. Window BIOS defines init bank that does not exist. Nope. This one. I need to go over to types config. This one. I do go through RAM banks. I don't give it a window type. Okay. Do I account for that? Actually, hang on. That was the Nope. Okay. So that doesn't actually set. Okay. If win dot type equals what? Window types dot window ROM else yoink paste RAM banks. I think, right? No, hang on. No, I don't differentiate here. I'm not giving it that bank. Config banks, append config banks and config RAM banks. Nope. Make. Shit. I need to differentiate. What is the actual difference in these though? Bank. It doesn't have Windows or decoded. Just the labels. Okay. Yeah, I was thinking interface because basically all I'm doing is I'm getting the label for the address there. That can return nil. Yeah. More. And if I use an interface, I can just concatenate the two together, and the label manager won't have to fucking worry about it. What's the set label here? Oh, it gives that. Okay. The reason I returned this, by the way, so set label is used for automatic labels, right? But it will not overwrite a current label. But I want that object back so I can like increment references, for instance, right? So if it finds one, it returns what it found. But if it's creating a new one, it returns what it was passed in. So that's why I'm returning the label there. That's why I want to do that. Bank type. Bank type. Terrible name for that, but fuck it. I could probably also make this a bank type as well. Because then that doesn't even matter. Okay. Yeah, because then I can just treat that as a bank and not have to worry about it. So then this lm.global.set label LBL. No, 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 that's not what that is. That's not what that was. That's not what that was. Banked it for globals. I mean, not really. I just have to. So for globals, it's already got labels, right? So it's already a bank, kind of. And in this, or maybe bank type isn't the right word here. Like label collection or something, right? Because it's not a manager, it's just a specific window of labels. And I don't want to call it window because I've already got those, right? I've already got that. Label list. Ranges as well, yeah. Name list? I don't know. Let's go with name list for now. Just because it's generic enough and I'm terrible at making names. Yeah. Labels and ranges. Yeah. So I just need to do get label, set label, and get range. Oops. For these. Okay. Func. B bank. Get label. Address. Uint. Label. Oops. Return. B dot label. Because that's all that is. Am I using that anywhere? There's so many errors. Bank 55 label undefined. Bank is label 55. Bank get label already defined. What? Why do I have two functions to do the same thing? Label and get label. What the fuck? The range checks are different. That's it. Why? Huh? I think I want the range check on the set, not on the get. Right? Because I don't want to be setting labels that are out of range. We're gonna get rid of this one. Just gonna do that. Yeah. Set label. If address is If none of that, old or new place never got around removing? Probably. So I think set label expects a label to always be returned, like non-nil. So I'm just gonna do that. Otherwise, this label dot address L if L dot name equals nothing, L dot name equals label dot name. Where do I have this? I have this somewhere. It's in here. This complicated bullshit. Okay. That. All right. This doesn't seem right. Is this right? I feel like I should be returning nil if the label can't be set. It can be nil. Okay. That makes me feel a little better. I do need to verify that wherever that is used, I check for the nil, but that'll be for later. All right, we're gonna yoink that. RAM bank. It does fuck all. Verifies when it actually does that bullshit. Actually creates. At that point, you want to add the given label and return it. Oh shit, you're right. Address equals label and return. Return the return? No, return the label. God damn. See, I knew it wasn't right. I just couldn't put my finger on it. So this needs a labels, by the way. So wait, what? Key is at. Oh, that's why it's mapped differently. That's why. Map uint. It maps it. That's why it's different there. So in the verify, for label range b dot labels error equals label dot verify. Let me just actually copy paste that. Yoink. Like that. And I have to put that there. Actually, I can just that there. In the same loop. Yoink, paste. Okay. So that verify will populate this. Make am I even doing that right? Hang on. So hang on. Go shrink new bank. Config parse. No. No. Func new RAM bank. One of those. Return.
Look, you and me and the Charles River.
RAM bank.
All right, now. Never felt that before.
Configure labels doesn't need to be made, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Actually, it might need to be. Labels. Why doesn't that look like a word anymore? Make map. Uint star label. That's why it didn't look like a word, because it wasn't a word. Damn. Who knew? Okay. I don't think I verified those actually. God damn it! Stop it! Thank you. Types config. I do the verify on those. Okay. Banks. What the fuck is this? Bank window switch out of range. Okay, so that doesn't do any of the switches, so I don't have to worry about that. Okay. Get label and the RAM bank. Okay, label will be labeled. And I also want the set label. Yoink. Paste. RAM. Func B RAM. Number trick, how you doing? RAM bank. Set range. No. Get range. Address uint. Return. Range bytes. Yeah. The weirdest, I don't know about weirdest. It is a little weird though. Probably, I guess it's a little weird. It's just a little bit. It's just a tad. Just a tad. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Make it borked. Undefined address. That's concerning. 200. B dot address undefined. Oh. Libel dot address. Oh, right, because I copied that from somewhere else that used... Okay, yep. Yeah, Yeah, it's not that weird. It doesn't use nested sed. Like some maniac I know. Get range. No, wait, what? No, label manager. Get range. Types range. Okay, that's just gonna return nil? Because these guys can't have ranges. Those guys can't have ranges, so that always returns nil. Too many return values. I don't like that. Unknown field configure labels instruct. Labels. Labels. Helps if I spell shit correctly. Unknown instruct labels. Fucking stop it! Undefined address. 269, nice. Label.capital A. Label.capital A. Too many return values. Nil. No, okay. Star range. That's the wrong range. Thank you. Oh, right, because I changed the thing and I didn't change anything else. Right. Right. Yeah, written in shell. Yeah. Also weird, but not as weird. It's just something weird code because you otherwise can't. I mean, you know. That's what we're here to do. This is some of the weird shit. All right. 23. Cannot use that as the thing. Name list. Name list. Name list. No. Types name list. No, you're not going to make anything. We're not. We're making. Global. Types dot name list. Types dot name list. Name list. Woo boy. We making nothing. Windows is not actually a name list. That's a window def. No, that's correct actually. That one. Wait, hang on. Those are correct. Those are correct. Yeah, okay. List of lists, basically. Yeah. Weird is good. Yeah. Well, not the weird. Everything will be mundane. Nobody wants that. Nobody does want. You're right. Nobody does want mundane. Make even more things wrong. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna ignore the DASM.go stuff for now because we're in label manager. 25. How dare you? That should just be a names.list. 29. Range global. No, I don't care. And range banks. No. That's correct. Probably. 35. It's never mind. Cannot range over banks variable interface type name list. I need a list of them. That's why. That's why. It's a list of those and a list of those. And I also need to do yoink and a paste for RAM banks and RAM banks. How dare you, RAM banks undefined? What do you mean? You know what? No. That's going to bite us in the ass later, but just don't worry about it. Name collisions, but it's fine. No, we're sticking with the two-dimensional, one-dimensional, whatever the fuck. Name undefined, 36. Fuck. You're right. Name is undefined. Get name. Get name. Name list. Get name. String. Gunk? No, funk. Be bank. Bank. Bang. Get name. String. Return b dot name. Going to the bottom. Paste. RAM. Okay. Makes sense for me to have same namespace for banks and RAM banks, though verifying that earlier might be nice. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the only difference between the two is I'm not disassembling one of them and I am disassembling the other. Right? Yeah, that would simplify things, wouldn't it? In that case, would I just want to fold RAM banks into banks and just like add a type field that defaults to ROM? Because the window doesn't really care what type the underlying thing is, right? It'll try to set it regardless. It'll try to set labels, it'll try to get ranges regardless. But the actual underlying bank is the only thing that needs to care about, no, we don't do ranges. So you do make a good point. So if I just, nope. Do some of that. And then go over to config parse that. RAM bank, I just get rid of. Whoa. Get rid of that. Parse bank. Add in case. No. Type. No, that needs to be case type. An ident bank dot type equal. I'm gonna have to figure out something for that actually. Bank type bank type like that. Type bank type int const RAM bank ROM bank Switch item dot val strings dot to lower item dot val case rom bank dot type equals types dot rom bank. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Appreciate that. And then ram default parse error. Did I mention, by the way, the parse error function here? It's a wrapper for errors where it gives you it abstracts out the line column bullshit. So it'll display which line and column the parse error is on, which is nice. Do we get what you code? Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, honestly. If you want to make the default, maybe put that const first, so it has the 0 value. Ooh, good point. Yes. Ram. Invalid bank type of that. Item dot val. Okay. Then we're gonna go over to DASM banks. If bank dot type equals types dot ram bank. Continue, because we do not want to try and disassemble those. Because we don't care. We might care for some output definition stuff later, but for now we don't care. And that would be in here. For now, we're going to do the same thing of if bank.type equals types dot ram bank. Continue to do write out label defs. Ram bank is not a type. How dare you? I think that go. Types dot conf dot config dot go. Ram banks. Nope. We're not doing any of that actually. We're not gonna do any of that. Window type. We're actually gonna remove window type. That's not gonna be a thing anymore. Types windows. Bank window address window bank BNK window def. That's what we're getting rid of right there. Window type. And then I need to remove that from the config parse. Window def. Parse window defs. Name init start size type. Get rid of that. Make. Bank 67 types bank 67 type address. Shit. And I have that as a function. Because that's part of a, is it part of an interface actually? I might want to change it to like val type maybe? Byte type? range type. What do I want to change this to? Because I want to keep the dot type field. I want to change the function, I think. Because that's not the type of. Yeah, because that's not the type of the bank. That'd be like an address type. Adder type, maybe? RAM banks. Where's that defined here? Get rid of that. RAM banks is not a thing anymore. I feel like I used that function somewhere. There it is. DASM Go 123. DASM 123. Adder type. That's what I wanted. Bank.type. Types from bank undefined bool. Untypeable value is not used. What the fuck? Not used? Is 652 a variable length? No. Well, the opcodes are not. The arguments depend on the opcode, so that it's either 1, 2, or 3 bytes long for each instruction. Welcome, by the way, Sir Elfman. How you doing? Welcome. 308, and let me turn off that real quick. 308 bank.type types ROM bank. What do you mean? It's not equals equals, it's equals. Just the equals. Read RAM banks in the config read RAM banks is nothing. Is it mod RM or like RN RM or what? Yeah, so it's simpler than ARM. Variable length, single operand. Yes. So it's either one operand or no operand. That's basically what it is. And the length of the operand depends on the opcode. So operands can be 1 byte for like 0-page stuff or immediate values, or 2 bytes for absolute values, right? Good example. Store load. Well, here, we've got a store that's 3 bytes long and a store that's 2 bytes long. This store is into 0-page. So that 68 is 0068. But this one here is a 3 byte because it's going to an absolute address, not to 0-page. That's going to 0203. How many registers? That many, but X, Y, and A are the ones that you'll be using mainly. Yeah. Yeah. P is the flags, S is the stack pointer, and PC is program counter. Those ones you're not typically storing any data in. How do you walk the stack? Carefully. Yeah, so stuff in 6502 doesn't really use the stack for arguments. You can. Don't get me wrong, you can. But as far as I've seen, it's not very common. It's more common to have like inline arguments. In fact, that's what I started the stream implementing. And then I just got sidetracked breaking other shit. Because I realized that disassembling the thing I wanted to disassemble, I didn't fully implement other random ass shit. So I'm fleshing out my disassembler a little bit so I can disassemble the thing I wanted to disassemble to test the thing I wanted to test. Also, I'm drunk, by the way. So that's what this is. Some sake. It came in a tin can. It kind of looks like a old fucking oil can. or like oil filter or some shit, which I find hilarious. I love it. I fucking love it. Yeah. So and so the code that I am, yeah. So the CPU for the 6502 isn't that complicated. It's fairly straightforward. So I a while back I was writing a ROM for Breakout, essentially Breakout with some extra bullshit on it, right? And well, you know how Breakout works, right? It's a bunch of blocks, a bunch of bricks rather, and you got a little paddle and you got a ball. The ball goes around and when it hits a brick, it deletes a brick. Well, for some reason, for like very specific conditions, instead of hitting the brick and bouncing off, it would warp through the fucking brick. And I'm like, what the hell is going on here? And it was extremely hard to reliably replicate, right? Because it was like based on like certain angle bullshit and specific position on the screen and specific block, I think. I don't remember the exact details. Anyway, so I wanted to debug this. So I thought at first, if I can recreate it with, what's it, like a save state, excuse me, and a TAS. That'd be something that I could, like, you know, test out. Let's see what the hell's broken or whatever, and see if I fixed it or whatever, right? That turned out to be too hard. So then I'm like, okay, well, is it possible to check every single position, every single ball position and direction of travel, and every single brick, right? So the emulator I use for testing all kinds of things and some debugging and all that kind of stuff is Messin. Fantastic emulator, by the way. It's got a beautiful debugger, right? And it also has Lua scripting. So I thought, like, I'd use this or whatever, right? But then I thought about it a little harder. I'm like, wait a minute. First off, that means I'd have to write in Lua, which, ew. I'm going to snooze that ad real quick. I have to write in Lua. Ew. I don't want to do that. Second, I'd have to run the emulator in, like, debug, whatever. I'd have to launch the Lua from the command line. Double ew. Fine. I'll write my own CPU emulator. Fuck it. So that's what, let's go 6. What the MU? There it is. That's what this is. This is a debugging emulator essentially for just the CPU. I might expand this into a full NES emulator eventually, but right now it's just a debugging emulator. So basically, what I did. Do I have that? Yes. Vim breakout. Breakout.go. Thank you. So basically what I do is I load up a bunch or assign a bunch of addresses essentially to different things I want to check or whatever. I think some of our routines. Yeah, so these are routines, right? And basically check brick collide. Oh, I haven't commented out right now, but you get the idea. Basically, I'd set up like the program counter, turn on or off debug or whatever, and I set up some breakpoints or whatnot. And I'd basically set the start or the state I want to check, and I'd loop through every single combination of ball position, XY position, and every single brick position and direction of travel and all that bullshit, and then I'd run a brick collision routine in assembly, right? And then once that routine returned, this function returned, the core run routine would return, and I could check the addresses to see if it came back as what I wanted, right? Yeah, so start time. So for every brick position, we're gonna do our hard reset of the whole emulator, right? Reset the brick. That's what that shit is. The wall location stuff, we're gonna reset that. imaginary numbers are wall locations. So for every X position the ball can be, we're going to write that. And then for every Y position the ball can be, we're going to write that. And for every direction the ball can be traveling, we're going to write that. And then we're going to run the collision routine to see if it collides or not. And then after the collision routine runs, we're going to read some address stuff and see if it did what I thought it would do. So I think that this test takes like 5 minutes to run, because it's just brute forcing like thousands and thousands and thousands of combinations of bricks and ball locations and directions. I forget exactly what the bug was, but I was able to figure out what was going on and fix it with this. So yeah, I wrote an emulator, a 6502 emulator, because I needed to debug collision. And I didn't want to write Lua because, again, ew. And to be fair, in my disassembler work, the hard part isn't figuring out the instructions, right? This took me an hour to get working, right? The actual instructions. The parts that are hard about this, or non-trivial, are label management and a lot of like housekeeping bullshit, right? So with the NES versus anything else, well, not anything else, but with the NES versus just a vanilla 6502, the 6502 can only reference 65,000 roughly bytes, the FFFF, 16-bit address space, right? So a lot of the early NES games were no mappers, right? Which basically everything on the cartridge was available all the time. I'm gonna snooze that again just a second. Okay. Everything on the mapper was always available. Everything on the cartridge, all the code on the cartridge was available to the CPU all the time. But that means you only have 32K of ROM, right? So for the early games like Duck Hunt or Super Mario Brothers, that was fine. But later on in the life of the NES, that wasn't enough space anymore. So a lot of mappers came out, which are basically memory management units, right? But they're not on the console. They are inside of the cartridge. So the cartridge controls the memory management scheme, essentially. It controls where and when and how ROM is swapped out. It determines how much ROM you have and if you have any RAM and all that kind of bullshit, right? So with my previous disassembler attempts, I wanted to try and figure that shit out automatically, and that essentially devolved into me realizing that I was looking for an emulator, but with more bells and whistles, like the hard way, basically, right? So this attempt is a disassembler where it's a fully guided disassembler, where the disassembler doesn't disassemble anything you don't tell it to, right? And you have to specifically say, no, this is where the bank is, and where is it? Really? Oh, I want one of these, I think. Yeah. And when you get to this address, we're going to change this window to this bank, right? So I'm designing in a way that's extremely explicit, right? So the actual disassembler itself doesn't care for the underlying mechanism of bank switching. But that just means that you, as the user, have to, while you're debugging, figure out where the bank switches are and see that, oh, that one was a bank switch. We're gonna, all right, so starting from this address, that means this other bank is mapped in instead of the original bank. So that's what I'm working through now with this. My code for a lot of this is very ugly. Very ugly. Part of that, and what I'm working through right now, is I was originally differentiating between banks that were ROM and banks that were RAM. Basically, the only difference as far as the disassembler is concerned is the stuff that's in ROM is disassembled. The stuff in RAM is not disassembled. It just handles labels, like auto labels, label creation, right? So that's stuff like this right here, right? That's an auto label. That's a label that was created because it was used somewhere, right? BCC, and it has a label on it, right? It has a reference to somewhere on it. BCC is offset based, right? So because I didn't specify what that label was, the disassembler made its own label, right? And it also put it, in the instructions so I can, see where it goes and all that kind of crap, right? So what I'm working on now is the management of these labels and how they're looked up and how I organize them and all that, and which ones I look at, depending on which bank I look at for the labels and all that kind of nonsense. That's the hard part. That's the hard part, apparently. And keeping that keeping that vaguely coherent is also a little challenging, especially when I'm not sober. It took 5 minutes to run your custom compiled CPU only emulator. Imagine how long it would take to run Lua. Yeah, that's another thing that I thought of too. It's like, all right, that's a lot of combinations I'm checking, because there was like, what the hell was it? It was like 10 by 20 or something like that, bricks, or a grid of that, right? But the ball positions were pixel positions, not like tile positions. It might have been like 15 by 16 or something along those lines, right? But then for each one of those, it tested every single pixel coordinate inside of the playfield for every brick, right? So it just, the amount of tests grew exponentially, Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. And so I thought about it. That's something I want to do, and that'll take forever, even if I do get it to work. So yeah. And I kind of wanted an emulator as well, because I've been tossing around that idea for a little bit too. But anyway, that's gonna start. I'm gonna let it start this time. And technically for the family disassembly, you aren't being true to that separation anyway. Yeah, since the code is actually loaded into RAM to be run. But you map that as a ROM bank. I think it's more accurate to say the split is between loaded data and disassembled and disassembled in uninitialized memory. That's true too. Yeah, that is true too. Would I want to switch it up a little bit, and instead of defining the input in the global, define the input in the bank? And if there's no input, all right, we're not disassembling anything. This must be RAM or whatever the fuck. Though that's not quite right either, since you're using a RAM bank for the FDS BIOS area. Yeah. 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 I'm saying hey, this is a ROM bank when it's really RAM. And then I'm saying, hey, this is a RAM bank when it's really ROM. Huh. So what I want to change that for, what I want to change it to say, to have like a flag for each bank to say, hey, there's shit to disassemble here, versus no, there's nothing to disassemble here. Don't worry about it. Per bank and provide. Yeah, I mean, I'm already hitting that issue with FDS stuff, right? Where the BIOS is in this RAM adapter right here, but the actual code that I'm calling ROM right now is on one of these disks loaded into RAM. And this is a disk that you can swap out, right? But if you want to use the disk, you are using the RAM adapter, right? Though I suppose if you're using the Sosika family, there's some bullshit going on there, but that's besides the point. But even then, when it's copying the shit to the RAM, I'd want to be able to say, hey, bank this out, right? Yeah. So yeah, so I might just change it then to, if the global has an input file, use that for everything. And either or, right? So if the global section has an input file, the banks cannot have input files. But if the global does not have an input file, each bank can specify its own input file. And regardless of which one is chosen, well, okay, so I would need to figure out a good way of setting, hey, I want to disassemble this. Right? And the family isn't the only mapper that lets you switch between a window between RAM and ROM. Yeah. MMC5 does that bullshit too, doesn't it? Depending on what mode it's in, right? Why did my music stop? How dare you? Play, you bastard! Thank you. So yeah, like this disk says, I would want like an input, right? What the hell did I name it? Bins. It's not even in there. Because I didn't put it in there. Oh my God. I'm just saying, hey, these are the labels. Ah! MC5 has one RAM only and one ROM only window. Or just several that can be either one, selected at runtime. Right. Yeah. Does anybody remember where the hell this was? Users root maybe. Ah, found him. Okay. Did I never dump the? Oh, that wouldn't have been in there because these are just the discs. Fuck. I know I dumped the BIOS somewhere. I don't know where though. Oh, there it is, right there. Right there. Okay, we're gonna copy Disassembler ROM to bins. There it is. No, I need to copy that over to ROMs actually. We're gonna move bins disks sysrom up over to ROMs. Because bins I think is cleaned out on a make clean in that apparent in this directory, so I don't want to do that. There we go. Okay. Think of the file. Appreciate that. Are there any cases where you want to load data into a bank but not disassemble it? I don't think so. So if I didn't want to disassemble it, but I wanted the data available to like look at, I just set the whole thing as data in a range, right? Like a range of data. I would think. Because that wouldn't just try to disassemble any code, but it'd still have the data itself available. Right? If it's just data, just set a range. Exactly. Yeah. So yeah, I don't think that would be a case. Yeah. Or you know what? Yeah. Well, it's going on the input thing, not that. The input thing. So the input inside of global was the default input if it's not defined in a bank somewhere. Right? So this one, because it's in a bank, we're saying, hey, this is the input file. But for the others, these guys, because they don't define an input, just use this guy. Yeah. Whether or not you load data can be a sufficient marker of whether or not to disassemble that bank. Unless I do what I just said here, where the global input is the default input. That still works as long as you have a way of overwriting. E.g. input is nothing. Ah. If I can get that to work. So I could get that to work. It'd be jank as hell though. Well, maybe not. So if I give something that is like this, this input is parsed, right? And even though there is no data there, if I see that input setting, right, that input field, but with no input, I could just set a Boolean value in the bank to be like, hey, don't try to disassemble this, right? And that's what I would check against in the actual disassembly loop to see if, like, hey, are we supposed to disassemble this? Right? Something like that, right? And then in config parse bank, and then for name, if item.val is nothing, bank.nodasm equals true, else, no, not name, it'd be input. Input like that. I have to, I would need to input string like that. Ooh, that runs a little deeper. For all the inputs, I would need to read those in, and I need to loop through those or something for those differently a little bit. Okay. Case input. If item.val is nothing, bank.nodasm equals true, else bank.input equals item.val. Another option would be sentinel values such as input dash. I mean, yeah, I could do both of them. Oh. Unless I intend to support input from standard in. I do not. No. So then from here, with that rather, also type, I need to, that's going to break things, isn't it? That might. Dasm go, but at this point, yeah, so this raw, I would need that as a map. And I would need a way to get all of, like a config dot get inputs, right? At this point, do I even need the bank type anymore? Not really, no. Not at this point. Yeah. So that can be removed. Like that. Types config. Get inputs. That's going to be string. Not that. That. So files equals map string for the file name. Byte. If c.global.name does not equal that, files. Paste. Equals. A thing. Raw. I need to read that in, actually. Do I want to read that in actually here, or do I want to return just a list of names? Yeah, I want to just return a list of names, actually. Hang on. And I'll worry about opening them somewhere else. Yeah, just the names. Yeah. If c.global.name is not nothing, and global.name is not equal. Oh my god. Just a dash. Files equals append. Files, and you want to paste that. For bank range banks. Okay, that's c.banks. If bank.name does not equal that, and bank.name does not equal that. Files equals append files bank.name. Return files. Inputs, get inputs. There we go. Okay. Raws equals make map string byte. Name input. Shit, you're right. You're right. Ah! What did I think name? File name? That's probably why I thought name. For file name range inputs. Raw error equals os dot read file name. If error is not nil. Return that. Else raws file name equals raw. If okay, file name, no, raws file name, okay, continue. Don't reread files. And now for everywhere I use raws bank dot input. That's gonna be a bastard, isn't it? Let's actually do this. Raw equals bank, no. Raws bank dot input. Let's do that. Let's do that so it doesn't, so I don't have to change everything. Declare not use absolute ABS. I feel like I got that absolute for something else that I ignored, but sure. Cannot use config.global.labels as type name list. Right. 42. This guy. That is just going to be labels, banks, just banks. Not enough arguments. How dare you, label manager? What path should the inputs be relative to, especially in ooh. Those should all be absolute, I think. God damn it. Input. File name error equals file path.abs input. If error is not nil, return error. How about that? Yeah? Yeah. We'll keep it case sensitive because I'm working on a case sensitive thing. Maybe if like I'm running on Windows, I'd just lowercase all of them. But yeah. Anyway, right, label manager. Banks, no RAM banks. We ain't doing any of that because we don't give a shit anymore. Cannot use config.global variable types global type names list. Types global. I do not implement get label. We'll put it up here. Func G config global get label address uint no. God damn it. I basically want to treat this as a bank, but I don't want to have to fucking copy paste it for the bank. I mean, whatever. It's fine. Label map uint label. Probably why the manager. Yeah. So in the verify, because this is being used anyway, let's look the init, I guess. Down here for label range g.labels, and we're gonna make g.label map equals make map uint star label. For that, if okay, g.labels label dot address okay. Don't I hang on? Types banks. I don't know. I just want something familiar with the similar. Don't. Don't I do something similar with the banks? Yes. That. That's just going to be G dot label map. Label map like that. Yeah. And then get label is just return G dot label map at address. Yeah. I didn't do that anywhere. Did I? How dare you make me go on a wild goose chase? Undefined config global. That is true. I'd never define that. 27. I thought I had something in there. What? G dot label map address global. No. Global. Yeah. Too many return values. How dare you? Undefined but 66. Yeah, fair. Undefined errors. Errors. Var errors. Cannot use config banks as variable type bank as name list. Go to hell. Can I just do that? This isn't a thing anymore. Cannot convert. Does not implement types missing get rank. Okay, I'll come back to that. All right. Errors after it's not empty. That's a good point. Yeah, I make the error list to do something with it. Types global. If errors, if length of errors does not equal 0 for error range errors, format dot print line error, return return errors encountered. Not right. Damn it. Thank you. Get rain. Okay. Let me hit the bathroom real quick. I gotta piss. I'll be back. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back. can almost walk straight. Almost. Do I even need the interface anymore? If you're going to only have one bank type anyway, then the goal must be handled separately anyway. Maybe not. They didn't look. Maybe. I don't know. Hang on. Yeah, pointer receiver. What the fuck? Method get label has a pointer receiver. That's supposed to have a pointer receiver, isn't it? What the fuck? Is it not supposed to have a pointer receiver? I don't think I need them separate now, actually. Because, yeah, you're right. I'm handling all banks as the same kind of type thing. Yeah. Level manager. Config global is what I had it as, right? Undefined. No, what the fuck did I have it as? Config global. Uh, 51. It's the wrong file. DASM. 51. Bank.type. No, I changed that to... Okay, we can get rid of this. Nameless, we can get rid of that. Do it again. Okay. We're going to get rid of this as well. We don't want type. We want no DASM. If bank dot no DASM, continue. Undefined name list. There it is. Types. Level manager. Does not have a pointer receiver, so it cannot change the value set to set defaults or... Oh my god. Oh my god. How was this working before? What the fuck? That's not a global string. Hang on, wait. Where's verify? How was this working before? Wait, no, it wasn't. That makes sense why the default wasn't being set for the indent. I had to set it to 4 and all that bullshit because the verify wasn't setting anything. That makes sense now. Okay. All right. That makes sense. Also, I need to do a verify on all the windows. Actually, I don't know about the window defs. I'll leave that uncommented. I'll leave that commented out for now. Okay. Name list. Nope. Label manager. Name list. Bank. Global types dot config global. 6 down here. Can I index the thing? Okay, fine, whatever. We'll get back to that. DASM 127. Bank dot type. Adder type. 233. No. If bank dot no DASM. Do that. Okay, back to label manager stuff. 80. What is this? Cannot index into that. That's correct because labels. No, actually, hang on. Wait a minute. No, that needs to be label map. Ah. Label map like that. One, oh, 4. What are you? Label map. Bleh. Yeah. No, we're going to undo this and put it back to what it was here. That's not that. It's going to be map, uint, label. Global dot labels. Label map. Hang on. Oh, this just doesn't do the check. Whatever. I'll ignore the check. It's fine. It's fine, probably. Undefined errors. Undefined label. What? 16. Oh, yeah, because that's types label. Can I use global? What? 25. Fair. Make map uint star label. Undefined label. Go to hell. Types dot label. Ah, it built. What happens? Fucking make. Invalid. Okay. Yup. Get rid of that. Type. Config read. I don't have the fucking name with that. Ah. This is going to be that, and then this, these guys, error, no, configure error equals that. If error is not nil, return configure and format.errorf %s and then EW file name and then error. Otherwise, return configure nil. Does that help me out? Fuck you. No. No, it doesn't. Where the hell? Ah, there it is. There it is. Because I didn't. Yeah. Okay. Ram back. Whoa. Ah, okay. See, there we go. That's good. Main config, the included config, the actual error. Okay, good. Up, and then I want this guy up here. Bank. What the fuck you mean missing? Required output setting in bank. No? Actually? That's not out. That's not required. What the fuck you mean? That's what? No. E config parse. Missing no. What the fuck was the error message again? No. Output is not required. If it is something that we need an output file to go into, that's true. Actually, how do I determine no DASM input file blank? If bank.no DASM, oops. If it's not no DASM and not okay. So I do actually want that inside that. Okay, why am I missing that string? Or what the fuck? 116 string missing required output setting in bank. Oh, because I don't have the that's column. It's that'll give you like the last thing in the bank, I think, right? 116. Yeah, okay. Points to the end of the bank, says, hey, you're missing the thing. Okay. Input, output. Yeah, let's do that instead of the biospin. Oh, right, that's true too. No, input's nothing, so it shouldn't be. Inputs nothing. No DASM false. Doesn't set the no DASM correctly. Do you set no DASM if global input is nothing? No. I don't think I do. Maxter viewer, how you doing? Welcome. So I think I don't want to check the required output in the parse. I need to check that or reconcile that in the verify. So I'm checking for this error in the wrong spot. I think. Right? Because while it's parsing, it won't know if the global is even fucking set yet. Epic, don't make me come over there. Hey, no, by the way. Also, I am not sober. So I opened the oil can of sake that I have. I think I'm like halfway through it, I think. How big is it anyway? What the... 18% by volume. Damn, okay. This is 720. Really? Really? Okay. Bottled April last year. Yeah. Coming over here is not a threat, but something I'd appreciate. Yeah, well. Yeah, I can't know right now. So, that error actually needs to be deleted. Well, the error check. This here don't matter anymore. What? Menu companies, I'm on my iPhone and not on PC, which is letting me add space between my words, and it's so bad. Yeah, okay. We don't mind camel case. What? Do I keep or collect bottles like that? I mean, I'll probably keep this one, honestly. Because it's so unique. The others that I've kept, there's not many. Well, I mean, I say I haven't kept many, but I just haven't thrown out a lot of them. Because I need to throw out a bunch of them. But I mean, this can I'll probably keep. Yeah, not unintentionally. I need to take out my recycling, honestly. I have so many cardboard boxes piled up in the other room. So many. I can't use my couch in there. Too much shit on it. Maybe I'll do this weekend. Let's clean up the boxes. There's also a bunch of boxes behind my green screen. I'm not letting you see that though. Yeah. Ow. Alright, huh? Oh, I didn't remake it, that's why. What do you mean output missing? Go to hell. No. Then the verify? Types bank. There. Just go to the check. It's fine. Don't worry about No! What? Why is that? What? That error message looks fucking weird. What? $50% of my living room is unusable due to boxes. Yeah. Probably also helps keep it cool longer too. They all count? No, I don't think so. Yeah. Probably due to not finishing the RAM bank to bank transition. Possibly. Yeah, I know. I'm still working on the fucking printer company. So much chaos. I know. I know. Oh yeah, and get this. So, I'm not sure how legal this is. At the very least, they're fucking scumbags. So last year, June, my company was bought, right? So we're under new owners, new company, right? What that means for this tax season is that I'm getting 2 separate W-2s, tax documents, right? From these 2 companies. Basically lists out how much I earned and how much was, already paid to the government and all that kind of bullshit, right? Lists all that shit out so I can fill out other fucking paperwork. I hate it. Anyway, so for the new company, I got that. No problem. From the old company, I didn't. I'm like, what the hell is going on here? So I started asking around earlier this week. I'm like, hey, how do I need to get the thing. What the hell? And they're like, and I heard from somebody that like, oh, that means you probably have it set to, paperless or whatever. And I'm like, no, I don't. The past 4 years, I have received this document in the mail. You lying sack of shit. I didn't say that to this person, obviously. But they're like, oh, you can log into the web portal thing and download it there. Okay. Problem there is I need to know the company ID for that, and I don't remember that because why? My browser is supposed to save that, but it turns out that web page says you can't save the company ID or some bullshit. So the autofill doesn't fucking work. So that's cool. So the other solution for that was, hey, email the HR over there. I'm like, fine. So I emailed the HR over there, and they sent it to me. But talking with other people in my plant, I found out that fucking no one got this. So the fuckers at this other plant changed everybody to e-statement only, but didn't fucking tell anybody, number one. And number two, they did it so they didn't have to fucking mail this shit out. Which I don't know how legal that is, because I didn't opt into paperless there. Fuckers. You're hiring, are you now? Yeah. I'll have to have a look at that after stream. Thank you. Yeah. Excuse me. But anyway. I hate this company. I hate where I live. It's trash. So my friend is moving up to Canada this summer. And I'm like, take me with you. He's already got his permanent residency actually up there. So yeah, good for him. No, it's not ADP. No, it's something else. No, they did use ADP, then they switched to something else, and it's a whole clusterfuck when they did that. Oh, excuse me. Yeah. I still need to log into ADP for something. I forget what. I need to find my account information. It's because of the whole new company bullshit thing, but well, and for payroll for some other bullshit. Okay, past end of input. What the fuck is going on there? Not fine. That's going to be a grep. Really? Yeah, I haven't gotten around to it. Look, I have the information somewhere, but bank input. I didn't actually like account for any of this bullshit, so I didn't do that. Cash App? What? They have a tax service? Yeah. Yeah, I need to actually find a tax man to help out this time around, because I've got a few. I got a bunch of paperwork I gotta figure out. Yeah. Okay, so if var raw byte, if bank.input is not that, else raw equals raws dot else if config dot global dot input does not equal that, yoink, paste, else continue. That's not how you spell continue. Yeah, I need to get a consultant or something like that. Yeah, U.S. taxes are a bitch and a half. Yeah. And I don't appreciate them being used in the way that they're being used right now. God. Yeah, the whole, because it's a whole bullshit fucking industry. That's what I'm looking for. An industry for filing your taxes, which is bullshit. You know? That, first and foremost, is bullshit. You want to support that as explicit no global input. That's handled, I think, on the parse end of it, right? Well, I suppose not. if that val does not equal that, and item dot val does not equal that, yes, this is go. How you doing, by the way? Poke Place. Bank S has no input. Skipping. Just bank dot name, which is going to be interesting because name isn't actually required. What? This isn't hit. Why is that never a hit? The legal was if you're rich enough, sure, but for us poors, no. I didn't show you how to input file, huh? It does. Wait a minute, what the fuck? Hash end of input. What? Wait a minute. What the hell? Do you see what I'm doing? You see what I see what I'm doing. God damn it. Is this generic disassembler for something specific, like a gyro type of thing, or actual binary tree assembly? So this is specifically being built for Famicom and NES stuff. It does 6502, but it has some features that are designed for the mappers or the memory management units of the NES. For compiling and linking, he uses that. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, so I was using the disassembler from that same CC65 compiler suite, but it has some issues that I don't like. So I went, fine, I'll write my own. So. No! I'm sorry. I'll give. Yeah, yeah. I see it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. uh, um. Maybe I don't want to do that. Oops. Past end of input. What the fuck? Okay, you should be back now. I need to pay more attention to the ads, honestly. What was I saying? But yeah, so for creating stuff from assembly to binary, I use the CC65 compiler suite, specifically CA65 and LD65, the assembler and linker there. For the reverse, I was using DA65 from the same suite of tools, but it was kind of crap and did a bunch of shit that I didn't like and got in my way. So I went, fine, I'll do it myself. Yeah. So binary assembly for the C52 architecture? Yep, specifically for NES Famicom. Yeah, so you could probably use this for other systems like the Commodore, but I'm designing it to handle the Famicom stuff, NES Famicom stuff specifically. That doesn't mean you can't use it for anything else. It's just, you know, that's what I'm designing it for. All right, so it'll probably make more sense for Famicom than it does for Commodore, for instance, right? Although the way I'm setting up the Windows stuff, I mean, you could probably use this for Commodore or like Apple II or whatever. You just have to do the banks the right way. It's Windows. I do not have a Commodore now. All right, reading the input. Okay, so I only read one file. Oh, because I didn't. No such file or directory. Disk sys ROM bin. What? Because it's .rom, not .bin. No such file or directory for nothing. Thank you for that file. Appreciate that. What? Types, config, get inputs right there. Well, hang on. What the wait a minute. I do check that shit. Config. Yoink, paste, yoink, paste, bank. Where is it getting the blank? Oh, yeah. Fine, I'll do it myself. I haven't seen the movie. What the fuck? No such file or directory. So it's failing that? No. No, that's not the open. It's failing. No, I don't think I'm going to be trying with that. Oh, good point. Opening the output. Or bank.output equals nothing. That's what it was. Thank you. Okay, so I can get rid of those print lines now. Where were they? Up here somewhere. This one I can get rid of. And in here I can get rid of that. And I can get rid of that. Okay. Not that the output will change it. Oh. That does not seem like it's in the right spot. No, okay. All right. Sure. Fine. Whatever. You also say if output is nil, output's a string, so no. The zero value for a string is an empty string, not nil. Cause that is I want it. I want it. Make that output. Okay, here. Isn't the file. Because that we have to open the file later on. We're checking this guy here. Is that a family mirror of the FTS vectors? So we can overwrite them? Probably. Oh. I think it might be, yeah. No. Clear that for now. Clean up some things here. We're gonna quit out of all that. There we go. A little easier now. I've lost track of where I was going. So I was so far deep in correcting errors that I forgot what I was originally doing. Shit. All right. Well, let's post copy ranges. I need some more ranges in there, actually. Post copy. range, all these guys. Pre-copy loop. Paste. Start, end, type, bytes, bytes. Ah! That's what I'm calling. Should probably add in a case for that, I think. Oh, good. All right. Fantastic. I'm using just plain old Vim. Vanilla Vim with some syntax highlighting. Sugar, I guess. Oh. I don't remember if VimRG is up to date. I did not mean any Max. No, look. Okay, so listen. I tried using Ed once on the AIX machines when they were at work. I think I stumbled around enough that I didn't break the file. But then I remembered that V was installed on that machine, so I'm like, you know what, I'll use that instead. It's fine. What about it? Can't have Dread without Ed. I mean, if you take out the A, sure. All right, what other ranges? Five seven C 0. Plus 739. What? Where did I get C0 from? Address is here. Okay, so yoink. 5.5 and 5.1. Paste them there. Sort. And then words. Stride 1. Five one one two D. No, go to 512D. Search for 512D. Just a single word there? Okay. I mean, sure, all right. Oh my god. Is the OG Vim? V predates Vim. Visual editor or something like that, I don't know. Yeah, it's a little painful. Yeah. It's a little painful. And it wasn't, what I was using wasn't like some VI mode in Vim at all. It was actual V without Vim on AIX Unix. Oh. I don't have that one. That's not a command. Sorry. Do I even have much on that? I don't think I have much on that. Yeah. I just have some color stuff in there. That's all that is. Control B. How? Okay, so I don't have a standard layout So control anything makes more sense than standard. And yes, I've got a split keyboard I'm rocking here. Oh. Thumb. No, thumb is for escape or space. So yeah, this is my layout. It's a modified programmer's Dvorak. What is be my index finger? Or yeah, index finger on this hand. Right? Hang on. No, wait a minute. Oh, this graphic isn't quite right. This key is on this side. That's over there. I don't know how I didn't notice that before, but yeah, that key, that B key, is over here. So it's on the other hand there. Probably because QWERTY B is the next key over. That's probably why I broke that. But yeah. Yeah, that the key's supposed to be over here. But yeah, modified programmer's Dvorak. So it's Dvorak, right? Programmer's part is the bullshit with these keys up top. So my number row, unshifted, is this. That's my number row unshifted. Unshifted. And then shifted is that. I made a split keyboard from AliExpress. Been meaning to swap. I don't want to take my productivity loss. So writing in a Twitch chat not working. Yeah, well. I mean, it makes sense. So when I swapped from QWERTY to Dvorak, the reason I did it, by the way, wasn't because, like, you know, oh, Dvorak's faster or whatever. That was not the reason. It was the reason I picked Dvorak is because I found that before Comac. But the real reason I wanted to change is because I wanted to relearn typing. Because I had a lot of bad habits typing with QWERTY. I mean, I could touch type, but for a lot of things like hitting the question mark or the period or any symbols in the lower right, I would lift up my entire hand and use my index finger to press that, right? Which is wrong. You're not supposed to be doing that. So I'm like, all right, well, I can't really unlearn QWERTY to relearn it. So let's learn something else. So at first I printed out the, it didn't look like this. It was, the standard keyboard and just Dvorak, plain Dvorak, not programmer's Dvorak. But I printed it out and, had that up on the wall or some shit. Right now I would have these exercises, right? Where I would switch to Dvorak to do practice or whatever, type out a paragraph or some bullshit, right? But when I wanted to actually use the computer, I'd switch back to QWERTY, which undid fucking all my practice, right? So I got fed up enough one day, and I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. Cold turkey. Let's go. And I uninstalled QWERTY. I uninstalled QWERTY, and I couldn't type for like a week. But, after that week, I could start typing again. Start touch typing. It was all slower, granted, but I could start touch typing again in Dvorak. And now I can't touch type in QWERTY. Yeah, I can touch type in Dvorak. Did I change my keys too? I did at one point. But it was a shitty keyboard, right? It was like a shitty Dell keyboard. And something I didn't realize until I did this, keys have different heights. So when I pulled them out and put them in a different row, they were a different height on that row. I still have that keyboard somewhere. I don't know where it is right now. I think it's in a box somewhere. That keyboard's somewhere. It's a 10 keyless keyboard. Before it had those keycaps installed, it had blank keycaps, and that was my daily driver at work for a while. Not anymore. It's my daily driver is another Kinesis board. Yeah. But yeah, so I changed the keys on the shitty Dell keyboard that I had. There's some rubber dome piece of garbage. And immediately found out that keys have different heights. I'm like, oh, well, that's a problem. So now I don't bother changing out the keys. I mean, I could get like lasered or printed Dvorak keys, but why? I don't look at the keys to type anyway. Whatever. If a keycap set has a Dvorak layout, would you get that? Probably not, because again, I use a custom layout. I use a custom programmer's layout. So any keycaps that I get, unless they are custom made for my specific layout, they're gonna be wrong. Yeah. And even then, like, I'm used to, like, so, like, when I look at my keyboard, it's QWERTY, but I registered the QWERTY keys with the Dvorak, if that makes any sense, right? So if I saw the Dvorak, it'd freak me out. It confused me. If I saw the keys with the value that they actually typed out, it confused me. Not only that, like, so these are backlit keys, right? Which means they're double shot. Dvorak double shots are rare. Programmer's Dvorak double shots are non-existent. And doubly so for this custom layout, right? And even if they did exist, even if I did want to get them, I'd have to custom order, and I'd have to pay to the nose to that. You could try to use your PC at first. They could. It's hilarious when someone tries and they don't realize it. Because I remember having this one guy. So he, like, clicked on Chrome, whatever, brought up Google, and he couldn't touch type, or at least if he could, he didn't, right? So he looked down on my keyboard, bop, 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 bop. He didn't hunt and peck, but he looked at the keys while typing, right? Hit enter, looked up, and was confused when he searched for gibberish. Meanwhile, I'm next to him cackling, and he's just complete confusion. It's hilarious. That's happened a few times, and people learn very quickly that they can't use my computer. Very quickly. Scroll lock? What? For a layer key to talk between the main layer and the second layer. Scroll lock on the bottom. All right. But yeah, so the fact that I use a different layout has actually helped me in a few places, right? It's like manual driving in the US. It's a security feature. Epic, would you be surprised to learn that I drive a manual? Well, that's surprising in any way. You already knew. All right. But yeah, it kind of is a security feature, because unless you're a mechanic or you're a fucking gearhead racer or whatever the hell, right? Even then, you don't know what the fuck manual is. That is true. Yeah, like I travel, right? I leave the country and go halfway around the fucking world to a place that does not speak English. I get in a plane for 14 motherfucking hours. Granted, I've only done that 3 times, but still. Yeah, usually, so a lot of Americans Not all. I'm speaking broadly. Massive asterisk, whatever. A large portion of Americans, when they travel for vacation, they don't go out of the country. Or if they do, it's on a fucking cruise ship, right? Which I don't really count. Because they're going on a cruise to like fucking Bermuda or some shit, right? Or or Puerto Rico, or you know, the U.S. Virgin Islands or some bullshit. Somewhere that is either like tailored specifically for tourist bullshit, or in the U.S., right? So yeah, because this country is so physically large that and physically diverse. Like in the Northeast where I am, it's rather densely populated. A lot of trees, a lot of mountains and hills and shit, right? But then you go down the eastern seaboard, you've got like beaches and shit and more flat terrain. Then you go out in the Midwest, there's fucking nothing but fucking corn out there, right? Fucking Colorado and the big fucking park, Yellowstone National Park, big beautiful park, right? California, if you want to get stabbed. So yeah, there's a lot of like vacation destinations in the U.S. that are physically far from each other, right? Yeah, states. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, states can be mini countries. It's more like like groups of states, right? Like New England, where I am, is like a group that is not like the same for all the states, but they're similar, right? Well, Europe has those countries or states in the U.S. Yeah, basically, yeah. So like from where I am, you travel 3-4 hours. You go across 4 states, where I am. You go to Texas, you drive for 8 hours, you're still in Texas, right? Go to Alaska, you drive for 8 hours, you're just in the middle of Alaska now. United States of Europe, yeah. And you're in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, Alaska, because Alaska's fucking do you know that Alaska is actually larger than Texas? Alaska's fucking huge, in case you didn't know. And there's next to nobody in Alaska because it's cold up there. Spoilers. Yeah, 2.5 times. Yeah. And people don't realize that because when it's on a map, it's in a little box, a small box next to Texas, out in the fucking ocean, right? Or on top of Mexico or some shit. The car that I was serving my parents had all gears. I hope your car has all the gears. That's all they have. What? That's all the gears. What? It's just missing second gears. You go from first to third. Except one gear in neutral. What? Why don't you just go? What are you on about? Yeah, I mean, automatics, I mean, they're common. They're very common here in the States. To the point where I had to go pretty far out of my way to get my car. And it was like one of 2 manual transmissions within a half-hour-ish drive of where I live, give or take. Half hour, an hour to drive where I live. One of the cars that was listed as manual, when I spoke with the dealership, they're like, oh, wait, no, that's actually automatic. And then I go, I am no longer interested. Don't you want to see the car? No, I do not. You can only get into first gear when in neutral. Huh? One of my Accords, I had to put it into gear while off and start it while I wanted to go. I wanted to go. Float all the gears to get to the shop. Oh my god. That sounds like a nightmare. Jesus Christ. Oh. Absolute nightmare. I don't even know what the fuck that means. Floating gears. No clutch needed. What? Did you just... What? You like fucking manually rev match or some shit? Not using the clutch while shifting. Jesus fuck. That, yeah, if I tried that, I'd leave a breadcrumb of my transmission on my way to the shop, and I don't think I'd have a transmission when I got there. If I got there, right? Because that's assuming I'd actually make it, which I don't think I would. I'd have a better time popping the fucker in neutral, turning it on for the power steering, and pushing it there. When shifting, you can let off, and there's a window where you can pull it out of gear with no friction when the gears deload on each other. Yep. And slot it into the higher gear as RPM falls. Oh my god. This isn't something I've thought very hard on, because I do not want to have to even attempt that, right? Because I know if I attempt it, like I said, I will destroy my transmission, and I don't want to do that. Works in a pinch. I also have AAA. It worked better in a pinch, I think. Oh, okay. Yeah, O2. Got it. All right. Yeah. So my current car is a 2017. My last car was a 2002 Volkswagen Jetta. I got rid of that one because the transmission quit. It stopped wanting to go into gear. Yeah. Eventually, when it got to that point, right? I remember this day because I drove to lunch, went to Burger King, and I had trouble getting into fucking gears. Right, it just wasn't working, and I'm like, all right. When I park this thing, it's not going to want to move. Let me park in a parking lot with a lot of space around me for a tow truck, instead of parking in my usual spot at work next to the building or whatever, in like a parallel parking spot. So I park over there, finish my day out at work, in work, right? Go to my car, and for the Volkswagen Jettas, and probably the rest of Volkswagens, I don't know. Reverse is at the top next to first, right? It's not at the bottom or over here or whatever. It's reverse, first, third, fifth, second, and fourth, right? So reverse is the one next to first. So I put it in reverse to park it, right? So I parked it, put it in reverse, went to work, came out of work, and before I start my car, I hit the brake, clutched into neutral, right? So I don't have to worry about accidentally, because I've done this fucking too many times, accidentally releasing the clutch and popping it and stalling out immediately while I'm parked. So I put it in neutral, right? The fucker does not want to come out of reverse. Car's not on yet. My foot's to the floor for the clutch. Like, oh. Yep, we ain't going nowhere. Call up AAA. Hey, I need a tow. So he shows up. He needs to get the thing out of gear to get it onto the trailer, right? So he rocks it a bit and gets it out of gear. And he goes, all right, well, I got it out of gear. Try driving around the parking lot to see if it's good. And I go, no. That's been giving me trouble getting in and out of gear all day. I know there's a problem with it. I need it towed. He goes, oh, this isn't the first time. Like, no, this isn't the first time. He goes, oh, I get it. All right, I understand now. Got it towed. Bring in the mechanic. Mechanic's like, so the transmission is more than the car's worth. I'll give you $500 for the car. So that's what happened there. Hope how you doing? Vibe driving. That's not two words I want to ever see next to each other. Generation never learned how to change a tire. Next generation won't know how a steering wheel works. God. Grok, shift to fourth. Grok, shift to fourth. Shifts to first while it's going 70 down the highway. Immediately blows up the transmission. So there's a video I saw. This guy's driving. I hope to God it's a shitbox, right? But he's driving a car. It's standard on the highway. Highway speeds. I'm assuming in fourth or fifth, right? And he says something along the lines of like, "I'm going to show you what happens when you downshift too far." Takes it out of fourth or fifth, whatever the fuck he's in, puts it in first, declutches, boom, an immediate check engine light, like that. Fucking dashboard lights up like a goddamn Christmas tree. Boom! That's the fastest check engine I've ever seen. That's not liable. Correct. Disengage. Yeah. Disengage a second before crashing. Yeah. Fucking that company said go out of business. Oh, you are correct. I did shift from fifth to second gear. Let me try again. As it's just rolling down the road, just leaving pieces of its transmission behind it. Fuck. Fortunately for the Teslas, they're all fully electric and don't have a gearbox. It's one thing they got going from, I guess, right? And of course, I'm reminded of the crazy Australian, fucking garbage time. What the fuck is his name? Wade, I think. Where he's got like shit boxes, right? And that channel is to like fix up. What's the phrase that he uses? The name goobers. Yeah, to fix up shit cars, basically, right? Like a channel for doing that. And so he got this car that worked perfectly. Nuggets, thank you. That worked perfectly fine. So he's like, I can't fix a car that isn't broken. Hey, sister that does not have a driver's license, that has never driven manual. We're gonna teach you manual today. And by teach, I mean give you the keys and start the camera with no further instruction. Oh wait, the car's still fine after that whole ordeal? Fine, we'll replace the coolant with Pepsi. What do you mean it's still okay? How about instead of engine oil, we use eggnog? How about that? It surprisingly lasted a while with that. It spun a bearing eventually, but you know, they fixed it by taking off the bottom of the engine and getting a power washer and unspinning the bearing. It ran after that. Somehow. For the shift, second the steering wheel in the entry model Teslas, and now to shift, you swipe the. So that, like, trend of putting everything on a goddamn touchscreen in any car needs to fucking stop. You can mistake it for turpentine. I can mistake it for fucking motor oil. You kidding? This is like a can of oil from the fucking 40s or some shit. Or an oil filter, you know? Like, you just screw this into your car. And there's another image that I'm thinking of from the same damn channel. James, is the mechanic on that channel. They have a transmission up in an engine bay, kind of. They can't get it. The picture is James leaning into the engine bay with a grinder, grinding some shit off of the thing. Like, what are you doing? Legal to use your phone while driving, but touchscreen to turn on the AC, legit. Yeah, how did that make it past regulations, right? So in my car, the 2017 Jetta that I've got, right? It has a little touchscreen thing. It's tiny compared to other cars. It's a reverse cam and like the entertainment bullshit, music and whatever. That's it, right? That's fine. Even for the music stuff, on the steering wheel, I have physical buttons for next, previous, volume up and down, right? And even then, like, I have a physical volume knob. I do not need to look. I can get it by touch, by feel. For everything in that car, I can find the button by touch. Everything that would need to during drive, right? And car companies think it's okay to remove that? What? I've heard that most automakers are moving away from touchscreen controls now because there's too much evidence of causing problems. Yeah, I've heard that too. Yeah, want to get ahead of new regulations, and there's got to be some backlash with that stuff too. I mean, sure, there's going to be your tech bros that are like, "Oh my god, everything's touch is so shiny." You're always going to have those idiots. But there's got to be people that are just like, "Fucking give me the volume knobs back." Like what? Usually a phone does not control car features, but it is used to browse social media, etc. Anything not car related. Yeah. Yeah, but still, I mean, if you're using a phone interface to turn your fucking headlights on, something went wrong. No. Does it have Android Auto so you can use Google Maps and Spotify on the screen? No. No. I haven't bothered to even try with that kind of bullshit. Honestly, social media cars, we are fried. Yes. Yes. As for the music, like, it's only I drive a half an hour at a time every day to and from work, right? And for those drives, I just need some noise, kind of, right? I've got shit on repeat that doesn't have any lyrics on it, right? And it works. It's on an SD card. It's fine. It's one of those things that I haven't cared enough to do something better with, you know? It's fine. I haven't bothered to curate too much. I'm not going to go out of my way to try and get like Android Auto or whatever the hell. Yeah. Yeah, depends on if I'm in the mood, yeah. Yeah. Right now in my car, I have a bunch of game soundtracks. The last one I was listening to that I had on repeat for a while was Boyfriend Dungeon, which is good. Do I use Spotify off stream? No, I do not. Yeah, I was listening to the Boyfriend Dungeon OST for a while, and then yesterday I changed that over to fucking Crypt of the Necrodancer. That's on repeat for a little while now. But yeah, I have a few of them on there that I'll hit repeat on. I've got some anime OSTs on there. Not very many of those. I need more of them, honestly, but I haven't bothered enough. I haven't been bothered enough to curate it better. I also have a massive collection of shit. What is that genre? Driving the 90s. What genre is that? The fuck, the drifting anime one. Shit. Getting OCs quicker with that, because they are designed not to be distracting. Yeah, exactly. There's who? Oh, yeah. I don't know if I want to support Spotify though with all the bullshit they're doing. With like AI generated bullshit and apparently I hear that their curation has taken a fucking nosedive after they've laid off half their fucking staff. So there's that too. Funny story, I actually did want to like try Spotify a while back. Eurobeat, thank you. Yes, Eurobeat. And why is Spotify investing in weapons? They're a music company. What the fuck? No. Why? How? What? But yeah, so I have a massive Eurobeat collection on there, which I don't. Some of those songs are straight ass. By the way, they're just terrible. Some of them. No. You listen to a podcast while you're flying in an F-150. Military AI, oh, of course. It's just AI DJ and AI curated playlist, but I do agree that we do not need more AI. We don't need more AI, and I do not trust Spotify to not generate music with AI. I do not trust them to not do that. And with them shoving AI into everything else, I don't want any part of it. I don't want any, I do not want to give them money. That's what it boils down to. I don't want to give them money. I'd rather give money directly to artists. Buy some CDs, you know? Which aren't CDs like making a comeback, which I find fucking hilarious? Right? Bandcamp rules. Yeah, it does, yes. Bandcamp is fantastic. And I've actually recently, like within the past 6 months, bought shit off of Bandcamp. But yeah, like, I don't mind paying for things, right? What I don't like is giving money to shit corporations, right? I'll gladly pay for music if it's actually going to the fucking artist. But the margins on Spotify, from what I hear, are dog shit going to the artist. The margins are terrible. Yeah, but yeah. So aren't CDs making like a comeback with fucking Gen Z or whatever? Which I find encouraging. Like vinyls. I have a single vinyl. Before you ask, no, I do not have a record player. I have a CD version of what is on there as well. It's one of Callie's earlier albums. That's like 2-3 years ago, I think. No, but again, giving money to I suppose that one I didn't giving it to Cover Corp, but I trust them to actually pay their fucking talents better than Spotify. Yeah, pay their talents a little bit better than that shit company. Where was I with the? I've lost where I was now. I remember where I was. Post copy should have some labels in here, shouldn't it? There are some labels. Look at that. That's weird. That ain't correct. Successfully derailed. Shut up. That's not right. 5436. 54346. 54. Ah, it's in the middle. Of some bullshit. 5436 starting at 0. That's a break though. 0, isn't it? Oh, these are correct. Several music ideas still, though I admit they're old. Yeah, I've got some newer ones. I mean, they're honestly mostly Hololive CDs physically, but. Hey, look, me in Boston. Oh. Yes. Yeah, like I said, I've only got like one vinyl right now. But yeah, so I'm not really in the market for a turntable. Especially not spending $1,000 on one of them, that's for sure. I need to set ranges better, I think, for this. Cutie config. Yeah, okay, that's yeah. How dare. It's probably because I have fucking scripts turned off. Yeah, fuck you. Fucking Pokemon. $4. There's no range there. Jump to there. Yeah, that's really weird with that. That doesn't seem right. Five, 4, 3, 6. It does jump to 5, 4, 3, 6 though. Uh, 3, 5. Okay, so start. Up. Start. 5, 4, 3, 4. End. 5, 4, 3, 5. Type bytes. Break store RTS. What the hell? Something seems very wrong here. That doesn't seem right at all. ROM QD post copy. ROM QD file 1 post copy. Find that. Five, 4, 3, 6. 5, 4, 3. Wait a minute. How am I off by 1? What? A2F. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. No, this is bullshit where the offset's fucking different, isn't it? The offset into... Oh, God. Hang on. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Fucking offset by 800. Oh, my God. That's pre-copy. Post-copy. Nope. Offset 800. I just had a range. Too high. It's 200? No. I'm not doing my size calculation shit correctly. That range is too high, sure. If size is 0, I need to make size to the end of whatever the fuck. That's a solution. Yeah, what's that? Go to bed, but it's only 11 o'clock. If bank dot size is 0, bank dot size 5 a.m. for you equals length of raws. No, raw bank dot offset to the end. Dennis! How you doing? Welcome. That didn't work. Value of int as uint in assignment. Okay, I need to make that an unsigned integer. Uint, not unt. Good evening, sir. About to start a late night ranting beer fueled stream. I am already. I am halfway through this oil can of sake, if not more. I don't know, a little bit more maybe. I am not sober. Deck Alpha Station 600. Ooh, ooh. Deck Alpha Station. Let me hang on. Let me find a picture of that real quick. That's the wrong button. Deck Alpha Station. Ooh, okay. Yeah. Right. Yeah. The thing you bought last week. Right. Back when cases had character. Look at this. Flipped coins for a month. Sounds like it made a good choice though. Look it up. Okay, I want it to enlarge the picture, not bring me over here to a Japanese page. Or page in Japanese. Where's the picture I clicked on? Where's the one I clicked on? So many RAM slots. External Sun SCSI storage array. Ooh. Oh. External SCSI. I've got a few SCSI things. I have some SCSI tape drives. One of which is physically broken. The other two, one of them is like dirty, I think. I don't fucking know. And the other one is untested. Did I mention that here? So this is one of the SCSI drives. This is out of the RS 6000. I forget the number for it. RS something. This thing. This is a SCSI disc SCSI tape drive. This little baggie right here. So the white stuff in here is not drugs. It is 2 halves of a gear. That is part of the mechanism for lowering the tape into the drive. It's for one of the sides. So when I try to put a tape in, one side is brought in, but the other side doesn't move anywhere, so it fucking cockeyes it, gets it all sideways, and jams. So, this drive's fucked. I have 2 others. This actually has an adapter on it too. It's got the it's like one version of SCSI to the other version of SCSI, right? Like this one is like the kind of looks like IDE, right? I think the number of pins are different or something. I forget. I'm too drunk to remember. And then the other side is your like, you know, more dense pin out of SCSI. I'm gonna put that back in there so I don't lose it, because I will. But so when I was trying to figure out what was wrong with this thing, right? I needed to get into it because I knew it was a physical problem, right? Because I physically could not get a tape in there. So I'm like, all right, I need to open this thing up, see what's either broken or jammed or in the wrong spot, whatever. So I open it up. 400 goddamn screws later. So with modern like CD drives, for instance, right? There's 2 pieces of pressed metal. One of them is on the bottom as the base, and there's a cover. The cover's got like 4 screws on it on the bottom, whatever, right? Take out the 4 screws, you lift the cover up, and there's everything, right? You can get to anything in the drive with like 4 screws. This motherfucker. So okay, I've got the Bay Caddy thing. Fine, 4 screws on that. Take that off. We're not counting that as part of the drive. Then there's this panel. There's this panel. There's 2 panels up here. There's, I think, another 1 or 2 panels down here. There's so many goddamn screws to get into this thing. And then once you're in it, there's like 6 goddamn circuit boards. Fucking origami together. Anyway, when I got off a bunch of the panels and moving around and all that, that's when the 2 halves of the gear fell out, and I went, oh, that's not good. I'm not supposed to have gear pieces. Then I found where they went. I looked, it's in like the side of one of these things, right? Like right here. Like you can see, like it's like right the fuck there, right? Only there's like 4 billion more screws to get there. So I went, no, I'm not doing that. And put it back together. I don't know if I can get this to working. I might be able to, honestly. But I don't really care to try. especially when I have 2 other drives that might work. Honestly. Oh fuck! I put my finger in there and I moved the mechanism, so now the front lid doesn't close, which was holding this fucking bag in there. All right, I'll just shove the bag in there. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm fucking glad they're screws and cable origami. It's good engineering. Another crap modern manufacturing does was snap fit. Oh god, and glue. The AliExpress of bullshit. Yeah, the hot glue and fucking clip cable, snap bits on the case. So when it's more than 5 years old and you take it apart, all the snaps fucking break. The clips fucking break, right? So you can't put the damn thing back together. Those are terrible. Apple, Google, Microsoft, they all do this crap. It's bastards. They have enough money. They should have enough money for fucking screws. Look at all that RAM. Oh my god. So much RAM. Oh, there's the picture I clicked on. Rows and rows. Look at this. Even more. There's more like solder pads for more slots. Oh my god. Please. SD. Oh, look at all that RAM. Oh my god. So much RAM. It's probably like nothing, but you know, looks like a lot. Anyways, I don't know. Hit and miss. Don't have a modern Kindle. Samsung has some devices you can take apart, but most of you also can't. Yeah. Speaking of Smaznug, I do need a new phone. I'm not going Smaznug. I'm gonna go something else. Probably something dirt cheap, honestly. So this past week, I think you can see the spider web on that, right? That spider web isn't from me like dropping it or whatever. I think the battery's expanding, actually. So the battery is expanding a little bit, which popped the back off a little bit, and spiderwebbed the back a bit because the battery's expanding, and it's all like glass, fake glass. I don't know. I did not sit on it. No. So I now no longer charge this unless I am awake, and I am close enough to throw it out a fucking window if it catches fire. And I need to actually get a new one. I need a new fucking phone. I've needed a new one for a while. This thing isn't great. I probably order one tomorrow, actually. I really need a new phone now. Then when I get the new one, I'll transfer my shit over, leave this on until it dies to drain the battery, and then just put it in a fucking drawer somewhere. You know? Yeah, so I'm not getting a Google anything. I'm not getting a Samsung anything. Those two I am not getting. I've had Samsung. They've pissed me off a bunch in the past with Samsung trying to shove their shit software down my throat. I don't want any of that shit. I don't want to support that. Google, fuck Google. Need I say more? I'm going to try with another brand. LG I can't because they are getting out of the hardware business. This is what this is. It's all Linux, yeah. Oh my god. I've been thinking of the Nothing phone too. I don't know if I want to jump into that rabbit hole though. Look at all this. Holy shit. You have a rack mount power strip just on the floor. I love it. I love it. Oh, yeah. Just the dangling hard drive right there. Is this like a HP kind of like workstation, right? One of those shit boxes. I've got one of those somewhere. A different model probably. So the other battery backup unit, fair. Just bare cards. That's something that I don't have. That's is that the SCSI array? Look at that thick cable. 112 gig xenon monster. Ooh, the SCSI array. Yeah. Look at that chunky cable. That boy's chunky. The cardboard. Yeah, I see that. I love it. It's beautiful. Cardboard right next. Is that like a fucking key? And a little bit of duct tape. Cannot have the duct tape. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh. And then how many other? You got 1, 2. What is this over here? Is that just an array, or is that a full machine? Because I see exposed bays over here. It's running. Oh. What do you mean? What? Why are you asking me what that is? Fiber storage array. Oh, this. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, so I see the bays in front. Is that a name that I can't read? Right there. Whoa, whoa. That right there. I can't read that. Yeah. What the fuck is FC? What FCA? You're making shit up. FCAL. Sun storage. Oh my god. First Trust California Municipal High Income. What the fuck? That's not what I'm looking for. Stocks? What? Sun storage. Okay. Sun storage. I spelled that right. Good. FCAL. Yeah, that's what I put in. You put out fucking stocks. I don't know what the fuck that is. Aha. Okay. Storage array thing. I love how there's like you put a thing in and there's just such a wide variety of random shit. Like what? No, that's not what I'm looking for. ZFS, nice. I'm not looking for fucking campers either. This from a rack. Yeah, I figured it's from a rack. Yeah. Not whatever that kind of rack goes in. One plate TLM. What? Something probably more, something closer to this form factor, I'm assuming. What is that? Oh. Yeah, I know it's no longer available. Just let me see it. I want to see pictures. Oh my god. Yeah, all right. Service only. Sorry, get a rack, please. A map of the hard drives on the front. That's okay. Chonky boy. Chonky. This site is very dangerous for me, by the way. So I currently have a box in the mail that I think the original estimate for shipping was like $150. It's not that right now, but it's in the mail. Where actually is it? Hang on, I'm looking at it now. Notice, an occupation field has been added to the user information. Why? The default setting is company employee, but you can change it to the correct occupation at any time. Yeah, I'm an employee. Sure, we're just going to leave it at that. Uh-huh. Yeah, set to company employee. That's fine. Don't worry about it. Shipping on that was $330. Oh, the import and then taxes. The more taxes. Oh, God. Don't remind me of taxes. I got to do that bullshit soon. Package info, delivery. Where is that? I want to see what this one is. So it's a box of like 5 different things that I've got coming on the way. Oh my God, these captures are so stupid. Capture 3 minus 1 is 2. As I typed 4. Confirm. Departed from Narita Airport. All right, so it's in the air. So I'll show you what I ordered. So I ordered this for $5. It was $5 because there's a little bit of battery corrosion bullshit going on there. I figured I can clean that up. It's fine. Whatever. It's $5. Even if I can't, it's $5. Whatever. Then I've got one of these coming in. And then, yeah, for $4. Does it work? Who cares? It's $4. Then I've got one of these coming in. That was $6. $7 almost. It came with the card. And then I've got these coming. I figure the reason I'm getting so many of these is I figure I'm going to be I'm going to be ripping apart 1 or 2 of these, or I'm going to be Frankensteining a few of these together to get a dumper for the cards, probably. I don't know. I might go fucking insane with a solder iron. I don't know. Still, for 4 of them, it was $16. Fuck it, let's go. This is the network system, the Famicom network system. And as a bonus, I've got one of these coming in. I've got this coming in as well. So these are all in the mail in a single box. I consolidated them into one box. I think shipping came out to like $50 or something like that, which isn't too bad. How good am I with hot air soldering? I don't have a hot air solder iron. Hot air solder, whatever the fuck. Hair dryer, whatever. So, I'm not. Will I buy one? It remains to be seen. Download games and play with dial-up. So, I think this is more towards, like, fucking online banking on the Famicom? I think? I don't know. I haven't looked into it too hard enough yet. I'm the last person to tell you about how to run a business, really. So thank you for the nightmare. Yeah. But yes, I am planning on figuring out how these things work. I don't know how far I'll get or how soon I'll get to it. Yeah, no worries. I'm probably going to be wrapping up here soon, too, because it's like 11 o'clock. So, and I should not be drinking any more of that, so I'm going to put that down. I am no longer sober. Excuse me. So before I drink more of that and regret it tomorrow, must have been revolutionary. Yeah, it must have been. Japan only thing, but you know. No, I don't want to regret it. All right, I don't want to. I want to be function. I need to get some shit done tomorrow. All right. I got some paperwork shit to do for some passport things. I got to figure out some license renewal bullshit. All right, I kind of want to be sober for that. Sort of, but no. Also, no security. Whee! Okay, well, they didn't know what the fuck online security meant back then. All right. You have a good night, Dennis. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna wrap up. I need to wrap up. I'll commit this shit later when I figure out what the fuck I did. You're streaming me. Why are you doing that? Yeah. Anyway, I should be back on Sunday. I'll probably do a video. I thought I was closer to finishing with this disassembler than I am until I started to try and disassemble something else, and I went, oh, I'm missing a bunch of shit. God damn. So, yeah. Back when basic golf, especially plain text using password, was considered reasonable. Yeah. Back when you gave them a word of mouth password, and passwords couldn't be over 6 characters, and they had to be alphanumeric only. And yeah. Z80. Ooh. Z80. I've wanted to fuck around with Z80 for a little bit, but there's so much other random bullshit that I'm finding for the Famicom that I'm just never gonna get there. You know? Like fucking No. Where was the window that I had with all the shit in it? No. YouTube bullshit. I don't even know where the window went. I don't know where the window... It's right there. I keep finding more bullshit for the Famicom that I'll never get to the next thing. Password text limit back then never made any sense. So it doesn't make sense in a security standpoint. It makes sense from a technical standpoint with the systems that they were using. Spoilers, COBOL. Everything's fixed length. And encryption? What the fuck is that? Yeah. The Microsoft released 8080 code for basic 76. Ooh. Can I get that running on a Z80? Nice. And that's another thing I've wanted to dive into a little bit. It was the old school basic, you know? Descriptor and you're safe. Yeah. Yeah, just the stuff that you can just brute force now, right? Just use that. You'd be fine, probably. God. Yeah. The non-existent security practices of yesteryear, right? We did get some stuff done today. I don't think we got done any of the initial stuff. No, I didn't even get. So I wanted to test the parameter thing, the parameter size. So I went to disassemble the thing that had that, and a whole plethora of other shit cropped up. Gotta move along. No worries. Like I said, I'm wrapping up. I appreciate that. Thank you. Just the stream though. Yeah. In Minecraft. Yeah, like I said, I'll be back on Sunday probably. Probably doing more of this. We've got a lot more shit that I uncovered that I need to figure out and iron out and make work. A lot of code cleanup I gotta do. I'll get there fucking eventually. It's fine. Yeah, I mean, yeah. A little bit. Just a little. Like I said, this sake. Right there. I don't know how to read any of that. But it came in a tin can that kind of looks like an oil can from the 40s. Or an oil filter that you just like screw into your car, you know? Naro Totai. Ginjo Nama Genshu Sake. There you go. Established in 1804 in the Tokushima prefecture. Perfectly safe. It's fine, probably. I love this can. I love it. The aesthetic on this thing is when I opened the box that I got and I saw this, I burst out laughing. And I knew I couldn't open this until on stream. It's just too funny looking. Of course, I know that we've gotten these new things done. It should be much easier to get those other things done. Yeah, it should be, in theory. In theory. We'll see how that, plays out. Am I going to be able to test this without a dial-up connection? We'll find out. I don't know. Spray can? No, it's a socket can. Can a socket. Tin will bleach to me. Okay, so I don't know if it's actually tin. I don't know. It's probably some sort of alloy or something like that. I don't know. I'm just saying tin because it looks like tin. Yeah, booze. Yeah. I don't think this will tell me like what it's made out of. Yeah, I don't know. Even out of a scratch because he does not already have enough side edges. Shush! It's all fine. This is fine. It's fine, probably. Could be worse. Could be fucking lead. I don't know. At least it's not lead, right? Right? Plastic or glass on the inside? Yeah, this is probably lined up something. It's fine, probably. Anyway. I need to go have a snack and I don't know, maybe shower. Maybe shower. You guys have a good night. I will be back Sunday, I guess. Yeah. I'll go over here. Yeah, you guys have a good night. I can't hit the button yet. It won't let me hit the button yet. There it goes. Bye-bye.